you want to do that? Motion to take things out of order. Okay.
I'm promoting you to panelist, but people keep joining, so it keeps moving around, so. I think you should be able to join as a panelist. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Before we begin this evening, I want to recognize and remember 3 members of our community who passed away recently. Margaret Peggy Lysick passed away on April 28th. Peggy was born in Newburyport in 1948. She was employed by the city of Newburyport in our public schools, where she worked as a cafeteria server and also enjoyed working later as a crossing guard. She passed away recently, and we want to remember her and her family in our thoughts. Next is Astrid Lawrenson. She passed away recently after a battle with cancer. Devoted mother, sister, grandmother, and friend, known throughout the community for a variety of her endeavors, and was very involved at the Actors Studio and the Firehouse in Newburyport. Our condolences to her family and her husband, Jack Santos, and other family members. Lastly, Lawrence Larry Guy. Larry passed away on April 20th after a short battle with cancer. Grew up in Newburyport, was a graduate of Newburyport High School, entered the Marine Corps, where he served 4 years in the Vietnam War as an aerial gunner. Well known around town, especially for his early morning routines to Richdale in downtown Newburyport, where he helped out for many years. And he also loved buying scratch tickets from there, hoping to win big one day. So let us remember him, and our condolences to his family. And if you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So if the clerk could call the roll.
Present. Councillor Lane. Councillor McCauley.
Here.
Councillor Preston.
Here.
Councillor Shand.
Present.
Councillor Wright.
Here.
Councillor Zeeb. Here. Councillor Donahue.
Present.
Councillor Granis.
Here.
Councillor Harmon.
Here.
Councillor Cameron.
Here. All right, so I'd entertain a motion for us to go into executive session, and also, yes.
We'd like to motion to change the order and receive public comment prior to going into executive session.
Second.
Okay, how many public comments do we have?
About 7 up there,
Okay.
7, 8.
Okay, 6. Is there a discussion on the motion? And it was seconded. And we'll take online comment. If you have your hand up right now, that would be great. And all those in favor, roll call.
Councillor Khan.
Yes.
Councillor Lane.
Yes.
Councillor McCauley.
Yes.
Councillor Preston.
Yes.
Councillor Shand.
Yes.
Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Councillor Zeeb.
Yes.
Councillor Donahue.
Yes.
Councillor Granis.
Yes.
Councillor Harmon.
Yes.
Councillor Cameron.
Yes. Okay, we have one person online. That would be Craig Douglas. And we'll start with in person, first of all. Thank you. Thank you. So first would be Kathleen Shaw. So up to 2 minutes in front of the microphone, state your name and address. Up to the microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Shaw at 9 Upland Road. I'm coming to talk about the resolution unlawful practices of ICE in our community. I'm here as a representative from the Human Rights Commission. I'm actually the longest standing member of the Human Rights Commission, 20 years this year. And just in terms of our mission is to make Newburyport a welcoming community to all. And I feel like we need to underscore that very strongly in this day and age with a variety of folks who are marginalized or perceived as different. We need to honor and respect all. And I think also the concern I have particularly for immigration and ICE and newcomers. I also served as the school liaison for the Afghan newcomers who arrived here in December and January, well, December of 20 and January of 21. And these are folks that are very concerned. I'm in touch with them still to this day and very concerned about their immediate safety, what to do, and they have been, informed, and they have information regarding what to do if unknown people show up at their door. But I think it's just really important that we communicate as a community. We support all people in this community, and we would like to go forward. And I'll wrap it up. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you so much. Next will be Nancy Cruiser, if I pronounce your name correctly. And so Nancy, name, address, and up to 2 minutes on a topic on our agenda.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nancy Cruiser, and I live at 11 Bolin Avenue here in Newburyport. And I wanted to come this evening to show my support for this resolution. I've read it several times. It's the resolution that Kathleen Shaw also spoke to, reaffirming support for immigrants and condemning unlawful immigration enforcement practices. I'm also an English learner teacher. This is my 10th year doing so, and I feel this resolution provides the city of Newburyport an opportunity to reaffirm support for immigrants and to publicly state that unlawful immigration enforcement practices, this is something that is a concern to our community. So I thank you for your time and consideration, and I particularly thank the councillors that put this forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Jill Murphy.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jill Murphy. I live at 15 Plum Island Turnpike. I'm a lifelong Newburyport resident. I graduated from Newburyport High School, seen a lot of changes over the years. But I've always been really, really proud of this city for so many different things. And when I read this resolution, I just felt incredibly grateful and proud that we had city councillors that were willing to consider this resolution, and I would urge you all to pass it formally. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jill. That would lead us to V. McLaughlin. Sorry if I can't quite read the scratch out there on your first name.
Hi, I'm Lee McLaughlin, and I reside at 975th Street. And I fully support this resolution. Newburyport has been incredibly supportive and welcoming immigrant families and helping them integrate into our community. I hope we can continue on the right path and reaffirm our support for them and condemn unconstitutional immigration practices. I am personally involved with one of the immigrant families in Newburyport. I've seen firsthand the many contributions they have made to the community. The children are, sorry, I have some allergy thing. The children are excelling in academics, arts, and sports. The parents work hard to provide their family. They add culture diversity to our city and strengthen our community. They've experienced extreme trauma and just want to feel safe. let them know that we want that too for them by passing this resolution. None of us can predict what will happen in these uncertain times, but I hope we will be able to say as a community that we did all we could to protect the rights and dignity of our precious immigrants. And thank you to the councillors for considering this resolution.
Thank you, Lee. That will lead us to Maureen Adams.
Hi, I'm Maureen Adams. I live at 975th Street, Newburyport, Mass. I wrote everybody a letter, but I sent it right before I left work. So I'll keep this short. You can read my letter. But I wanted to come in person and ask you to please vote for this resolution to reaffirm the support for immigrants and condemn accusation or actions by ICE. And I think one important thing besides what everybody else has already said is it's important to have this resolution on the books to let people know what side of history we in our city stand on. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Jean Costello.
Hi, Jean Costello, 522 Merrimack Street, and I'm here about the library investigation. I wrote to you all last week to ask you to stay engaged and to appoint a citizen commission. Now, you know, a reasonable question would be, is this appropriate for the council? Is this in your lane, or is it an operations matter? And I'd like to suggest that it's squarely in the lane of the council, that it's more than an operations matter, that it's a governance matter, in fact, a core governance matter. I think what we've seen is that aspects of our government have become insulated from the citizens that they serve. And you have evidence before you about the library, but in my experience, it exists elsewhere in government as well. And so I'd submit to you that the way to help, right this ship, and this is the reason we have two branches of government, right? When there's an imbalance, we try to balance those things and regain equilibrium, is that I'd suggest that we not pull away from the problem and isolate, or that we use intermediaries and add further insulation. I'd suggest that it's reconnecting citizens with their government under your direction, people that you pick, working along the scope and the time frame that you specify. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then I believe Craig Douglas did have, Mr. Douglas, I am allowing you to talk. You can,
Hi, Council President. This is actually Sandia Douglas.
Okay.
2 Mosley Avenue in Newburyport. I am speaking up to ask the councillors to support the resolution to condemn the actions by ICE. I don't believe this is an ideological issue. It's a straight up matter of law. If you look up the term, what is the opposite of due process, the first word that comes up is lawlessness. This is really about this town and this council stepping up and saying we support due process and equal treatment under the law, equally applied consistently to all among us, citizens and immigrants alike. And I want to thank the councillors who co-sponsored this important resolution for your leadership and for putting this forward. And I would just respectfully say this is in fact very much a local issue. It is not just a federal issue. And I would also respectfully submit that it is unconscionable to hide behind that argument. And I encourage all of you to please go ahead and vote to support this resolution. Our city is watching, our children are watching. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, that would be it for public comment. I think at this point, we would entertain a motion to go into executive session. And also, I think,
Motion to go in executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Section 30A, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, Reason 1, to discuss the reputation, character, physical condition, or mental health rather than professional competence of an individual, or to discuss discipline or dismissal of complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual related specifically to the library investigation and the May 1st, 2025 executive session minutes. And also collectively to waive the rules to allow for remote participation by Ward 3 Councilor Heath Granis and City Solicitor Sarah Spatafor or representative thereof.
So collective motion made by Councilor Zede, seconded by Councilor Harmon. Any discussion? And we would be coming back into open session. Councilor Preston?
Just a quick question. In our agenda, it actually references to the open meeting law complaint from Walt Thompson as well. I don't think I heard that.
It's updated.
Oh, it's been updated since then, and that's no longer on? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
This is the most recent one that I have, yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion to enter into executive session as well as suspend Rule 27? Roll call.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes. So we don't know how long we're going to be in executive session. We are going to come back, and I know people may want to be around for other things, but there's really no way to determine how long that's going to be. So thank you. And I'm going to end this part of the regular meeting. We'll go into executive session, and then I'll resume this Zoom on the other end.
tonight? No. There's nothing massively debatable.
Don't say things like that.
You just messed it up for everybody.
attached.
Good.
Mute and on.
To the left.
Just said like RF mute, but I see it registering, so.
All right, so we'll resume the meeting, and that would get us to late files.
There's one late file this evening, Communication 645, the Planning Board memo update to the FEMA maps.
Motion to take in the late file and send it to P&D.
Second.
Okay. Further discussion? All those in favor, roll call.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston? Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes. All right, that would bring us to Councillor Harmon.
I would motion to waive the rules and receive public comment in order to allow folks who were not present earlier to do that.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. Roll call or discussion first? Okay, roll call?
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes. Okay, so we are going to have public comment, and I know two folks had their hands up. If somebody else wants to put their hand up, that would be great. Owen Smith, you're first in the queue. 2 minutes, name, address, and 2 minutes on a topic on our agenda. And you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good evening. Owen Smith, 175 Story Avenue. Thank you for allowing public comment again. First, I was going to talk about Order 701, but to preface that, I'd like to say I'm quite disappointed that I had to sit here and wait 2 hours and 45 minutes to speak. I got home late knowing that we were going to go into executive session and figured it would run a little late. And now I think a large group of people are going to lose the opportunity to hear the debate on this matter, Order 701. So, on that topic, I'd like to say that I agree with the Ward 1 councillor. Immigration is a federal policy item. However, federal policy items have trickle-down effects on local governments. And as a city council, you're responsible for seeing the efficient use of public funds and resources. So I think this topic is very relevant for discussion. One, we have a police department. Our job is to enforce the laws of the Commonwealth and the city ordinances. Police departments are frequently asked to assist in immigration raids and other activity. Do we want our public funds being directed toward those activities? Second, liability associated with our police taking official action in support of this. Our city will be paying the insurance premiums and the cost of litigation if they're involved. So I think the city council should discuss this heavily about how federal policy affects our day-to-day work in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Trock, I'm going to allow you to talk. If you could unmute yourself.
Thank you. Beth Trock, 144 Low Street. I will keep this quick because it is late. I just came here to speak in strong support of Order 701. I think that as a community, we have a responsibility to take care of everyone who lives here, and this is meant to protect and support all of our friends and neighbors. I also think that it makes a lot of sense in a time where truly our governmental norms at several levels are breaking down. We can say, this is what we can do, and this is where we stand. So I encourage every councillor to sign on to this tonight. I know a lot of people are watching despite how late the start was, so thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, that would lead us to mayor's comment. And,
File?
okay, roll call?
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor Macaulay? Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes, and I will try to be mindful that we could have done that with the consent agenda. That would lead us to the consent agenda.
I'd like to add committee of the whole to transfer 220 and transfer 221. The 220 is the 41.5 for City Hall study and planning, and the 221 is the Whittier 160,500 for feasibility.
Second.
Motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Okay, and further changes on the consent agenda?
I'm just checking.
Yeah, I do have, I'd like to take out the block party application.
263, the Dove Street.
Application 263?
Yes,
Okay, you want to remove that?
please.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, roll call?
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor Macaulay?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon? Counselor Cameron?
Yes.
Motion to approve appointment 552B Heidi Newfill, 10 Orange Street, to the Cultural Council reappointment 6/15/28 on first reading, and collectively to refer appointment 553 Ralph Orlando, 4 William Hall Drive, Council on Aging, to Community Services.
Second.
Okay. Motion made collectively to first reading for Heidi Newfell for Cultural Council, and so we would take that up at the next meeting, and then Ralph Orlando to be referred to Community Services. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor Macaulay?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon? Counselor Cameron?
Yes, thank you.
Motion collectively to receive and file Communication 638, notice from City Clerk's Office regarding dog licenses, Communication 639, planning memo to council condominium conversion ordinance, Communication 642. I'm going to actually take that one out. And Application 262, returning block party Temple Street between Federal and Fair. So 638, 9, and 262 for receive and file.
Can I make a friendly amendment? 639 to planning and development, because we sent under the consent agenda a letter related to that to planning and development. So just to, I
Sure.
think they're tied together.
That's fine by me.
Second.
Okay. Further discussion, so collective motion for Communication 638 to be received and filed, Communication 639 to be referred to Planning and Development, and Application 262 to be received and filed. Councilor Z?
I know it's late, but I just wanted to call out to residents Order 638, Communication 638. The clerk's office is very well aware of the dog license conundrum with the new law, and they're working really hard to process all the applications. So if anybody's listening, just know that they're very well aware, and they're working hard to push those out. So your patience is appreciated, and they do intend to get there before May 31st. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Application 263 to also receive and file.
Oh, the one you brought up.
Okay, that was for the Dove Street. Yep.
I'll add that to the motion.
Yeah. Yes. Second.
Okay, to receive and file.
So just briefly, we amended our ordinance to allow for repetitive block parties to be approved by the clerk. So thank you very much. We've bounced it back to you for approval.
Okay. Just to note on that particular one, there was a slight change, which is why it was in the, it was going to be sent to committee, because they're adding amplification, but if we're all good with that, then receiving and filing would be great. We're good. Excellent.
Okay, so four items would be moved along those 2 communications and 2 applications. Everyone?
All for receive and file. And one, and, yeah.
Yeah,
Three and one.
Okay. All right. Roll call?
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes.
I don't know what's up with communication. I don't know what's...
Communication
what's
642.
642.
Who took it out? What is it?
General government.
So, some assistance, so, sorry, do I have to get up? Yeah. So motion to give council president permission to, and I may need help from the clerk's office to make sure I say this correctly. I think it's for, to take this and to, for an executive session.
No, so you want to direct the clerk
Yep.
to respond?
Yes,
And then
yes.
receive and file?
Thank you, thank you. Sorry, I'm kind of too tired. But yeah, so I'd like to make a motion that the council president could direct the city clerk to address this issue, and from there, we'll do a receive and file of this, but at least giving direction to the clerk to address.
And there was a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call?
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes. Thank you. That would get us to transfers, and there are none. And then second reading appointments.
Motion to approve collectively on second reading appointments 538 through 542, which are Karen Wiener, Affordable Housing Trust 2127, Madeline Nash, Affordable Housing Trust 5127, Kim Turner, Public Arts Committee 51526, Jared Eigerman, 83 High Street, Zoning Board of Appeals 6128, and Andrew Bernhardt, Historical Commission 5128, all second reading. 4 of the 5 are reappointments.
Second.
Discussion? Councilor Donahue?
Can I pull out one of those?
I'll remove 547, so 538, 9, 45, and 42, and then we can make a motion separately on 47.
Okay, all right, so we would be voting second reading for appointment 538 Wiener, 539 Nash, 545 Turner, and 542 Bernhardt. Seeing no further discussion, roll call?
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes.
Motion to approve appointment 547, Jared Eigerman, Zoning Board of Appeals, 6128, on second reading.
Second. Further discussion? Councilor Donahue?
Thank you, Chair. So I didn't speak up last week, but I was a little disheartened that this just waltzed right through without being sent to committee, because I understand that we know this person and that they did serve previously in a municipal capacity, but that does not give you a free pass through the council, in my opinion. I don't really understand why it wasn't sent to committee, why the person wasn't interviewed, why questions weren't asked, how they're going to, my concern is that there's going to be some difficulty, in my opinion, compartmentalizing for Mr. Eigerman what he wanted in the ADU ordinance and versus what was approved. And I think that it is very realistic that there's going to be conflict when those applications come before the ZBA for him to make a clear, unbiased decision. So that is my concern, and that is why I'm not going to support this appointment, among some other reasons I'll leave alone, but that is the primary reason tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call on appointment 547.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
No.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes.
Motion to approve the following orders that were continued to a date certain of today. Order 702, grant acceptance firefighter safety equipment, $2,587.50. Order 703, city acceptance, gift acceptance, City Improvement Society, $2,500. Order 704, gift acceptance, Center Park Bench. Order 705, gift acceptance, Garibaldi Park Bench, $5,000. And then to continue on, Order 709, to be referred to General Government. Order 710, to be referred to Public Works and Safety. Order 711, Budget Appropriation Order, and Order 712, CIP Order, to be referred to Budget and Finance and Committee of the Whole. And Order 716, to be referred to Budget and Finance and Committee of the Whole, just to be safe. Grant acceptance, Council on Aging bus, $163,674.
Second.
Mega motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley? Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes.
Motion to approve on second reading, Ordinance 197, amend Chapter 12, Article 2, Section 13-25, complaints related to parking clerk.
Second.
Okay, motion made. Who was the second? We had a couple people. Preston. Okay. Any discussion? Ordinance 197? Okay, hearing none. Roll call.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes. Okay. Get us to
For Ordinance 203, Amendment, Chapter 12, 13-176, restricted parking on Carter Street to Public Works and Safety.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes.
Motion to send ordinance 204 and 205 to Planning and Development, zoning amendments for Low Street, parcels 185 to 225 and 107 to 111.
Second.
Okay, Councilor McCauley.
Just as a sponsor, I just want to introduce it very briefly, is that this is an attempt in the Low Street area to extend to R2, an area that's R1 right now. It gives the residents a lot more flexibility going forward, especially with the trend of trying to get smaller lots and more units and things like that. I'm doing it proactively to help the residents have more flexibility now and for their future plans down the road. In conjunction, in conversation with the planning office, we might be able to get some additional units if the owners, as they move on and move out, want to sell and do some other things. Again, this is more proactive than anything else, and so I appreciate the time and attention from the committee to review it. Thank you.
Thank you for the explanation. So collectively, a motion was made to refer these to Planning and Development, so both 204 and 205. Further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
I'm going to recuse myself from this.
Okay.
Then you have to step out.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes. Councilor Zede.
Motion collectively to receive and file communications 00623 Rec Revolving Fund account mid-year, and to approve transfer 217 Harbor Master Channel Dredge Project 727 back to the Harbor Master Fund, same amount.
Second.
Okay, made and seconded?
I'll summarize both of these for you. So the first one was a mid-year report from the revolving recreation, also known as RYS account, mid-year. We did have a fairly robust discussion on this in committee. We spent some time first just making sure we were able to read and understand the report. If you spent some time with the tabular data, please just note that the color codes at the top is effectively a legend. It's not column titles, so that can be confusing if you're trying to read it that way. They just tell you what the color of the numbers mean. So to try and summarize it as best as I can, this report is a little aged in terms of its data. The year-to-date balance is 225, so back in February, obviously some time has elapsed since then. They note at the first page what their ending year 24 balance was, 696, their net of revenue, expenses year-to-date, 319, and then the year-to-date balance as of 225, that's the balance in the fund, was 377. Then they have a couple of sort of outlays or encumbrances that they're anticipating. So one was a transfer to the general fund of 138, 2 projects, a safety town trailer and a shade structure. If you subtract those 3 figures from the 377, you come to this quote adjusted balance of 179K. And then when you go into the tabular data, those are actual programs that they run. And we were able to surmise that we believe that what they're trying to show you is effectively a mini P&L for each, a mini profit and loss for each program that they run. Some programs generate net positive revenue, also sometimes called income, and some generate negative, which is sometimes called a loss. And then you can see at the bottom, they kind of total and sum all of those up. And net, it's about 160K. And what they're trying to do is to leave enough, I think, there to be able to fund those encumbrances, particularly the transfer to the general fund for salaries. So I think the bulk of the conversation was just trying to honestly get reconciliation. There's Munis, which is what the finance department uses, and they're looking at high-level finance, and then the department itself is obviously running program-level expenses and things. I think there was some concern that it was hard to align numbers and to get things lined up. We had the finance director with us, and I think he concurred. There were some mismatches, I think mostly by time and so forth, and I think they both look at things a little bit differently, and that can contribute. So I think the idea was, how can we continue to improve this reporting so that there can be better alignment between what Munis is showing, which is really what we kind of consider or look at when we think about budgets and encumbrances and things, and what the department itself is seeing from more of a QuickBooks accounting perspective type thing. So we didn't take, the other question that arose was why, why are some programs very negative? Why are some programs very positive? Is that to offset? Is that because the ones that are sort of money makers offset the ones that are not quite making as much, and what's the justification? So I think overall it was appreciation to have the data, the information, and some desire for some improvements in the future. As far as the Harbor Master Navigation Dredge Project, just to not rehash the whole thing, as you know, we dredged the river a few years ago. The Harbor Commission really wanted to add a little what was then called the side dredge, and because all the equipment would be here and mobilization and all that, so they set aside funds to help with that. In the end, the cost came in a little bit better than anticipated, and they didn't end up needing to put this money towards that dredge, and now they would like it to return from whence it came, from where it started from, which was in the Harbor Master Enterprise Fund. This transfer would effectuate that. That was the original source of funds. The only real tail with this, and I should have said the last one was 3-0 in committee, this was 2-1 in committee. The tail with this is that the parking lot, the Point parking lot, which you may frequent yourself in the summer for the beach, was damaged during this project, presumptively by heavy equipment and storage of sand and all sorts of things. And there's a real desire for why didn't the contractor end up having to take responsibility for that? Frankly, there were some questions about whether the undercharging for the dredge was meant to be compensation for that damage or not. Frankly, we didn't get to the bottom of it in committee, and so that remains an open tail, and both in the sense of whose responsibility is or was it, and then secondarily, whoever it belongs to, the lot is in need of some repair now. We did get the news that the Harbor Commission is certainly aware of that need, and that there's not a specific plan or timeline to address it, but hopefully it will be something they look at. So it was 2-1 in committee. Those are the two items.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Further discussion? Motion made collectively to receive and file Communication 623 and approve Transfer 217. Roll call. Counselor Wright?
So for those of you, I'm sure it comes as no surprise, I was the dissenting vote. The contractor left the bond to address issues that resulted from the dredge. For whatever reason, the Army Corps of Engineers or the city administration did not make a claim against that bond, so now the project has been closed. We don't have any real hooks into getting the damage repaired. So I'm disappointed in both the Army Corps of Engineers and the administration for not taking advantage of the bond that was placed specifically to deal with these issues. So that's why I'm the dissenting vote. I appreciate what the Harbour Commission has stated, but now it's a capital improvement plan, and I don't know how high that would score on our current plans.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, roll call on the collective motion to receive and file and approve.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes.
So I just want to say that budget will meet on Thursday. This is our regular standing meeting. I am going to docket the City Hall and the Whittier items for then. I don't want to rush, but as you know, the next thing is to really get into budget. I had already circulated a schedule of those meetings, and those will be posted in the next couple of days. They've been submitted to the clerk. What I really need your help with is, now that you have your budget book in front of you, it's crunch time to decide who you really would like to speak to, with the reminder that, we probably will have to drop some departments off depending on how our schedule looks. So if everybody comes back and says they want to talk to every department, that's fine. I'll do my best, but I just need to hear from you who you want to hear. We are literally starting CIP workshops next Tuesday, so time is of the essence. I could really use your help and your feedback to say, I must see these departments for a CIP, I must see these departments for budget, to help guide me in booking everybody out as best as possible. Thank you. That's it for budget.
Councilor McCauley?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. A quick question.
Yes.
Understand the schedule, CIP first, then budget, et cetera, along the way. Is there going to be an overview presentation or discussion about what, the new ranking profile within CIP, how we're supposed to interpret some of the prioritization that comes in? I know we're all cramming to get that, but I did spend some time briefly this afternoon with the CIP process, and is a project listing, and they're rated along the way. We understand there's a new rating scale, anything like that. My question is, will there be some sort of decoder key that we're supposed to be able to read from that? Because it's not evident when you click on the links and how they voted and things like that. So.
I would say there will be now, and we'll get your decoder ring in the mail, but I will ask the administration if they can open on Tuesday with that, maybe 10, 12-minute presentation to open it up. I was planning to have a summary conversation with the Finance Department at the start of the budget discussions, but I can absolutely do my best to get something arranged for CIP as well.
Okay. I believe the Chief of Staff is on Zoom, so hopefully you've heard that, and we'll follow up with the budget, with the Finance Director as well. Okay. That would get us to Community Services.
Yes, motion collectively to approve appointment 543 and receive and file communications 628.
Yes.
Thank you. So first is appointment 543, which is Kevin Hunt as Veterans Agent. Given the hour, I will not belabor the point, but Mr. Hunt has been the Veterans Agent for the city for 18 years, and it does have a contract for the next 2 years. The committee voted 3-0 to recommend his approval. The approval of his appointment. Communication 628 is a petition, a resident petition addressing rising taxes and promoting responsible spending. This is a petition of over 60 residents, mostly seniors, specifically looking for the city to manage the tax rate better, as well as promote responsible spending. Again, in the interest of time, I won't belabor all of this, but we did have a lot of discussion about how seniors are really struggling with their ability to pay their taxes in the city, and their ability to stay in the city given their tax load that they're each carrying. We did have some discussion about the various abatement and tax work-off programs which are available to seniors, as well as mention of a now passed seminar that was being hosted by the city assessor to at the senior center to help seniors better understand what some of those programs are. However, I think everyone in the room felt that there really should be more, and that we really should have a broader discussion about other abilities or other programs that we could bring forward for both the tax work-off program as well as various abatements. And we did also ask that the Council on Aging continue to send communications to the council so that it keeps an ongoing dialogue between the council and the seniors in the community. The committee voted 3-0 to receive and file communication 628.
Thank you. Discussion, Councillor Lane.
Did you say there was 2 years in the contract?
Yes, Mr. Hunt did state that he still has 2 years in his contract.
So are we still dealing with contracts that don't line up with appointments?
Sounds like it.
Meaning, how many years should it be? Or
So he is up for reappointment now, but he did mention that he has 2 years left on his contract.
Okay, Councillor Lane.
This just raises a lot of alarms, specifically with the, things that we've dealt with expiration of contracts versus appointments, and I think it's something that the administration should look into, and we should all be mindful of going forward, because we're leaving ourselves open for some serious litigation in the future if we don't address that.
Councillor Zede.
I would just say, I think, if I'm hearing it correctly, you could address it now by shortening the appointment length to match the contract. In this case, it actually works out where you could say this date or the expiration of his contract, whichever comes first.
That would certainly work for me. I don't know the exact date of the expiration of his contract, but I would be happy to.
Statutory for the length,
Take
but
that amendment.
yeah,
Okay.
we did do a lot of fighting about this in the past. Seems like
All right, so friendly amendment to adapt the appointment to read a term will expire on May 1st, 2026, or at the expiration of the contract?
Perfect.
Whichever comes first, yeah.
Whichever comes first
Like
would
it.
be important, yeah. Okay.
I need a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Discussion? Councilor McCauley?
Not on the appointment, but on the petition. I'd like to thank the Community Services Committee for actually going to the seniors and listening to what they have to say. I think it's good that the Council of Aging is advocating for its group. It's never comfortable to hear uncomfortable stories that go on there, but if they don't do it, no one will. And again, sometimes the timing and the message is a little uncomfortable, but that's what we asked them to do. And so I just wanted to note it. I think the committee did a great job of listening to what their concerns were. Now, it's up to us to try to put that into motion a little bit, but I just wanted to say thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? Hearing none, roll call on the motion to approve the appointment and receive and file the communication.
Councillor Khan?
Yes.
Councillor Lane?
Yes.
Councillor McCauley?
Yes.
Councillor Preston?
Yes.
Councillor Shan?
Yes.
Councillor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes. All right, that would bring us to general government. I'll make a motion to approve Order 701, resolution reaffirming support for immigrants condemned.
Council President, I need to recuse myself on this matter.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. We met as general government on the 5th. I will type up the notes. There were a lot of them that evening on several topics. The sponsors may want to speak to this. We did approve it 3-0 in committee as amended. There are basically, and it's not in the version that's in the packet, for which I apologize, but we basically, talked about the purpose of it, which is, as Councillor Khan said, thinking globally but acting locally, and folks in our community are concerned and wondering about their own place in our society. Granted, resolutions at the local level, we are not the state or the federal level, but it does indicate support for immigrants, and there's also that this resolution will be passed to our federal delegation. So again, the sponsors may want to speak to the specifics of it, but it was a very, I think, we had just a lot of interest in this, and I know people have gotten a lot of emails. So we did support it. The amended piece was in 3 places. The last paragraph of the first page and the following 2 paragraphs on the on the second page, it simply says, adds "we, the undersigned members of the City Council." So that would be, if people want to sign on to this, it would be, they could speak to it specifically. That amendment was offered by Councillor Harmon, made by, because he's not on the committee, made by Councillor Granis, and I believe seconded by Councillor Khan. So that was the only change. And again, it was a 3-0 vote in favor. Councillor Khan?
Great. Thank you, Council.
Sorry, point of order?
Sure.
We may need to amend the rules before.
Rule 2B?
Going.
Or not to?
To continue the meeting beyond 10:30.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley? Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes, thank you. Councillor Khan?
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor at Large, who also, I was going to give credit for the amendment as well, was something brought up during the conversation in the committee. But as one of the co-sponsors of the resolution, doing resolutions has always, as we've sat here on the council, we think, what's the purpose? What are we trying to say? How do we use the voice of this body? I truly believe that this is something that needed to be done, was an essential item to get across to our community. Mainly 2 critical items are being mentioned here: reaffirming our support for immigrants and condemning unlawful immigration enforcement practices. And these are really just not symbolic. They reflect our commitment to upholding the rule of law, protecting constitutional rights, and ensuring the safety and well-being of all residents. For many of us on the City Council, the idea of being detained without due process may feel far removed from our daily lives. However, for some folks in the community, this is a real concern. Over recent months, we've seen clear evidence of troubling enforcement practices. Officers operating in plain clothes, using unmarked vehicles, detaining individuals without presenting any signed warrants, and sometimes with the wrong name, and shuffling detainees to undisclosed location without notifying their attorneys. In fact, just recently in our own state, in Worcester, on Eureka Street, there was an incident, if people have been following, that was very troubling to watch. So these actions cut deepest right here in our streets, in our neighborhoods, in the heart of our community. In Newburyport, we have a long valued history as a community committed to justice and inclusion. Our past includes participation in the Underground Railroad and other efforts that align with protecting vulnerable populations. Today, we have an opportunity to continue that legacy in a thoughtful, lawful, and community-centered way. So this resolution calls for a measured response that calls upon our state congressional delegation to provide congressional oversight and ensure accountability in immigration enforcement operations. As a body here who legislates, I would think we could all get behind that. We have oversight in the city matters. Our Congress has oversight in the departments that are being run. It does not challenge the existence of such operations. I want to say that. Nor does it suggest that public safety and national security are not important. That's not being said here. What it does demand is that these actions are conducted within the bounds of federal law, with full respect for constitutional protections, due process, and recognized human rights standards. So it's our role as local leaders to ensure that when such operations take place, they do so with transparency, oversight, and respect for the community's trust. And to me, this resolution reinforces those expectations. I hope all my colleagues here can support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Okay. Councillor Donahue, Councillor Lane.
Thank you, President. I really can't improve upon what my co-sponsor just said, so I just want to thank you for so eloquently stating really everything that I would like to express as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donahue. Councillor Lane.
I just wanted to, I wholeheartedly agree with this. I feel that sometimes these resolutions do come in and sometimes they don't play, and because maybe they're at a national level and that's the perception. This one, reading through it and the wording is spot on to me in terms of due process and ensuring that people's rights are protected right in our own backyard. I would actually like to be named as a co-sponsor on this, if that's acceptable.
Yes. So I believe as amended, if people who want to support it can have their names added. That was the thought. Further discussion? Okay. Hearing none.
I'll just say, I did say in committee, but I'll say it here too. I'm happy to be a co-sponsor as well.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah, and I would as well. Okay. Roll call.
Councillor Khan?
Yes.
Councillor Lane?
Yes.
Councillor Preston?
Yes.
Councillor Shan?
Yes.
Councillor Wright?
President.
Councillor Zede?
Present?
Councillor Donahue?
Yes.
Councillor Granis?
Yes.
Councillor Herman?
Yes.
Councillor Cameron?
Yes. Okay, so that would be something along the lines of 80231. Okay, 8021. Okay, welcome back, Councillor McCauley. Thank you. That would lead us to Communications 634, email from the Teamsters Union, motion to receive and file.
Second.
Thank you. So we did agree to recommend receive and file to the full council, and this was again lot of, I think, discussion that I hope can prove to be constructive in the end, and is just as to recollect, help people recollect. This is from Jim Marks, business agent for the Teamsters Union Local 170. Mr. Marks was in attendance and talked about his frustrations about position in the clerk's office not being filled and frustrations with HR around that. And so there was certainly a budgetary aspect to the conversation that evening. He did feel that, and he stated that in his letter, that this was retaliation based on tensions between clerk's office, HR, and the mayor. So we did share some back and forth. Members of the clerk's office spoke, and I won't paraphrase for them, but again, this will be reflected in the minutes when the draft minutes have been typed up. Just besides the budgetary aspect of maintaining a very busy office, lots of competing interests, lots going on, particularly at this time, having an open position raises its challenges. And this also I say was paralleled or linked in with a conversation and input from the clerk's office about relations with the administration and the mayor's office. So there's definitely some issues that have been raised here that need to be addressed in one way, shape, or form. So, although the motion may be to receive and file this, it's a communication, generally not actionable. I know on my part, I'm committed to helping the clerk's office, the clerk, assistant clerk, and the council work with the administration and the mayor, chief of staff, human resources, to get this to a better place. So that was, it was a tough meeting. I think I could, say that for myself, and others may share that. So again, we did make that motion to receive and file, but I think the sort of addendum to that is that there is clearly work to be done. There is a budgetary aspect. Again, the mayor proposes, the council disposes, or maybe that's somebody else, some other legislative cliche, but the mayor's proposed what he's proposed in the budget, and again, that will work itself out through the budget process, but there clearly needs to be other work done around just getting it to a playing field where everyone is feeling supported, trusted, communication is working in all different directions, and really providing the best services that we can for residents of the city. So multiple hands up. I think Councillor Khan, Councillor Zeid, Councillor Preston.
Great, thank you, Council President. I also want to share that in the committee meeting, I did suggest that I would bring forth something, an order, or some mechanism for having a public, transparent meeting to talk about the operations. Almost similar to, I think, what the at-large councillor brought forth on the parking clerk and those responsibilities. I think something similar, but more overall. I did not bring it in this meeting. There wasn't enough time to kind of work it through, but I do hope that we could set in motion something that I really feel we need to address. I don't think many of us expected Monday night to go the way it did, and it was very eye-opening. It was very disheartening. A lot of us feel like there is something here that we need to step in and be very supportive of the clerk's office and the people that are in the clerk's office and all the work they're doing every day. Public-facing, probably the most public-facing entity for our city. As we know with dog licenses, they are very capable. They already know about these laws. They are already on top of it. But the communication is so critical. And if communication of all parties is not happening, then there's going to be breakdown. There's going to be definitely something that is not going to be as efficient as I know this group can be. They need to be supported. So that is my endeavor. I know my colleagues probably will be supporting that, but that is an effort that I hope to take on as a result of what I thought was a very critical and important conversation. I do want to thank everyone who spoke up. That was not easy for them, and I am really proud of them for doing that. Thank you.
Councillor Zeid.
I just wanted to speak to the budgetary aspect. So the position is codified in the budget as not existing. So I just want to note that the process by which it would come back would be that money would have to be freed up in order to create it, which in a 100% budget, if you will, it needs to come from somewhere. And then number two is there would need to be a supplemental or an amendment to this budget if it's during the budget process. So I'm just outlining the formalities of how the numbers work on it.
Thank you. Councillor Preston.
Yeah, thank you. I too did not anticipate where the meeting was going to go. I'm very glad that I actually attended on something else and was able to be active part of the discussion. But I do also want to put my support behind the clerk's office. I know that could not have been easy for the members of the staff to stand up and say that publicly. I feel even more disheartened by the comments from the administration in the paper. I feel like there's really been a very hostile work environment created, and it seems to me that the administration is just doubling down on that. I am very heartened to hear that the council president is publicly saying that he's going to be more supportive of the clerk's office, because I think that's a really great place for us to start. But I too hope to see, I was very happy to hear in the committee that my fellow at-large councillor was going to bring forward something with this, which I will fully support. because I think we need to help our clerk's office so that we can better serve the residents of Newburyport. Thank you.
Councilor Harmon?
Thank you. It was not a committee of the whole item, and I was the sixth person, so I wasn't able to speak. So I just want to be on the record on this. I appreciate and thank the members of the clerk's office for their bravery in coming forward. Message received. In fact, I've talked to many residents, and this, I think, this video has been passed around because I think it is eye-opening to hear the stories directly, and so I just want to thank you for that bravery. I do think something needs to be done, and I think people need to come together here so that we can alleviate the tension and the toxicity, but also so that we can collectively do our jobs for residents better, because I think that's what inspires most of us to do this work day in and day out. And so I think hopefully we can use that common commitment to let go of some of the baggage and history and move forward in a productive way. And I will be happy to support whatever effort gets us to that better place. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Shand?
Thank you, Council President. I did not attend the meeting, but after hearing about it, I did watch it, and I will speak. Thank you to what the clerk's office does. I would also like to remind folks that the mayor is an ex officio member of the General Government Committee. So once your next committee meeting happens, I would suggest we start re-inviting him, because I think having him present at those meetings would make a difference, especially if he were here to have seen that. So anyway, my 2 cents. And thank you for everything that you all have done, especially in this last few weeks of the election. I mean, you would not have thought that there was a new city clerk. So thank you all for all you're doing.
What election?
I'll start.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? So a motion is to receive and file. Anybody else? Okay, roll call.
Councillor Khan?
Yes.
Councillor Lane?
Yes.
Councillor McCauley?
Yes.
Councillor Preston?
Yes.
Councillor Shan?
Yes.
Councillor Wright?
Yes.
Councillor Zede?
Yes.
Councillor Donahue?
Yes.
Councillor Granis?
Yes.
Councillor Harmon?
Yes.
Councillor Cameron?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Lastly, motion to receive and file Communication 617.
Second.
Thank you. This is the municipal building report, and I know the Chief of Staff may be on here on Zoom if he wants to add anything. We did approve recommendation to receive and file this to the full council. When we first met in general government on this, which I believe was April 14th, there was many questions about water usage, and I think the sort of way that was, the water use comparison table was a little out of whack. That has been updated, however, it was not updated in time enough to get it in the packet, and we did discuss that in our last committee meeting on the 5th. The Chief of Staff did email that earlier this evening, and I'll send that to the full council. We did approve it again to receive and file, with the understanding that that information would be coming forward. Also, back in the April 14th meeting, there was a discussion about the Toppins Lane retaining wall. The Chief of Staff did connect with the school's facilities person, whose name I am forgetting right now, and that seemed to be in good shape, and there's the Chief of Staff as we speak. So again, the water usage has been updated. There was some confusion about that on April 14th, and we did recommend receiving and file 3-0. Chief of Staff, do you want to add anything to that? Or if people have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification, I do apologize, there is updated. There was just questions in committee on previous year's measurements of the water usage. Per the ordinance, we do tons per feet instead of cubic feet or just regular gallons. So I updated the table looking back at our previous years of 2020, calendar year 2024, calendar year 2023, calendar year 2022. I think that helps straightens like the usage per year. and I hope that streamlines it. And my recommendation is moving forward for the municipal buildings report is that be the measurement. It just helps eliminate the human error, and it's also a measurement of volume that our buildings use instead of what we currently have in the report. So that table is attached to the report, and just to repeat what was in committee is in Toppins Lane. We talked to James McSweeney, our facilities director there, and he said that he hasn't seen any major issues recently. I would say just in our CIP, infrastructure of the high school is one thing that's mentioned of doing a kind of an assessment. Thank you. Oh, sorry, one thing, Councillor Zine asked about just the table at the beginning of the report on energy usage and why there's such a dramatic decrease. That is because it's by calendar year and when that reading of the data was. That also is including the overall energy across the report that we get from the state. So that is another thing that we recommend changing in the future, that just having building.
Yeah, sorry, thank you so much. I wasn't in person for the meeting, so I was on Zoom. A question, and if you can't answer it now, that's fine, but one thing I noticed for the senior center and the public library, trash went up, trash in tons went up a lot, like it was last year 5 tons and now it's 10 tons. So the one thing I was gonna ask and maybe get some follow-up is if we're composting and maybe what is happening in terms of the trash being so much higher. And I didn't get into my apologies. I don't know if you have a quick answer or you can follow up later.
I can follow up later with our sustainability manager, but I think one thing to announce is the senior center is trying to go zero waste. So they are doing more compostable activities. So I think that's something to look forward to next year. Obviously, sometimes there's just a change, so people have to get used to behavior and trying to use less waste as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Lane?
Just a question on some of the water infiltration issues. Is there any plan as far as testing the schools for mold or mold remediation? I haven't seen anything in the, whether it's in the new capital improvement plan, and I haven't seen it yet, but is there any plan moving forward to make sure that we're not, like as we've seen with City Hall, we're not putting our kids in risk with moldy schools? Because there seems to be a lot of water infiltration and really no plan in terms of that.
So I can't speak to that at the moment. I did not come across that in the building report. But I think that is something that would be noted on the CIP when you do kind of look at, there's a formal word, I apologize, of kind of like assessment of the building, which we're recommending for both City Hall and the high school.
So just, you wouldn't see it in here, but I'm just, my experience in real estate has been that when you have issues with water for a prolonged period of time, mold sets in, whether it's in the walls or wherever it is. I just would like to see some planning in terms of that, whereas we have kids in schools presently, and if there is issues that arise, that they're addressed relatively quick and considered within this new budget.
Councilor McCauley?
Yeah, so I'm not sure this is for the chief of staff as much as for the committee itself, right? We kind of alluded to this, is that the building report is as the building report is, right? But we do, there is the structural condition, which the Ward 6 Council was talking about, right? And if I look at just the high school, for example, right, just to talk through it, is that, it does list in here the building report that was last renovated in 2000, 2002. Number are now reflected now in the capital improvement plan. So we need to jump to the capital improvement plan to kind of tie it together a little bit. And having these come out either at the same time or somehow having them linked would be germane to kind of our evaluation of this. And the reason I say that is just going through these, again, I'm using this one example. Building A roof should be replaced as soon as possible. That's in the MSBA. Building B roof should be replaced within the next 3 years, right? So that's another jump that we're going to have to take that may not be there. Water infiltration issues, as well as masonry issues, et cetera, along the way. When we jump to the CIP, there's $5 million worth of identified, quantified improvements that have to be done to the high school outside of the roof. So the roof is another $2 million on top of that. And yes, it's spread out over 2 years or so along the way there. But, you know, there's been a lot of talk that we're ending our bond for the high school, but we're going to own a building that needs $5 million worth of improvements going forward. And it would be nice, which is where I'm going with this, it would be nice if there was linkage between the building report and its structural to the estimates or guesstimates within what we think the capital improvement plan would be, so that at least we can understand the scope of what we're looking at. Thank you.
So I think that a next step on that, to think that through, would be to look at the ordinance, which we modified a couple of times, and try to line that up more with the CIP. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Otherwise, you're flipping back between, and they don't refer. Councillor Khan?
I was just going to say what yours.
Okay.
And if we are going to modify the ordinance, I think it would make sense to right-size the measuring items so that there's no math involved. So whatever's in your reporting can be reported in the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Lane?
Is there a motion right now?
Yeah, to receive and file the communication, yeah.
I'd prefer this document live within the community, to be honest with you, as a placeholder and a reminder to some of these issues. I feel like when things get out of committee, they get received and filed, where do they go? Somewhere. This one, I feel like there would be some benefit to it leaving or staying put as, like I said, that placeholder in committee. So I didn't know if there was any appetite for that, but this is one that I think should stick around for a little bit.
Yeah.
Councillor Khan?
I would support that. I think the snow and ice plan needs to be on the website somewhere. I think we could definitely within, I don't know if it's DPS or where, or under sustainability, because if you look at the ordinance, a lot of it was written related to sustainability on energy use, water use, but I would defer to the chief of staff to find a good place for it to be, the annual report to be publicly there on our city's website, somewhere easy to find. Good luck with that, but I'm sure we can find it somewhere.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lane, thank you, Councillor Khan. So we do have a motion on the floor is to receive and file. Roll call.
Councillor Khan?
Yes.
Councillor Lane?
No.
Councillor McCauley?
Yes.
Councillor Preston?
Yes.
Councillor Shan?
Yes.
Councillor Wright?
Yes.
Councillor Zede?
Yes.
Councillor Donahue?
Yes.
Councillor Granis?
Yes.
Councillor Harmon?
Yes.
Councillor Cameron?
Yes, and we will work on that to Councillor Lane's bigger point. Okay, that's it for general government. License and permits.
Licenses and permits. I'd like to make a motion to approve application 251.
Second. Oh, is there any opportunity for collective?
Oh, I'm going to.
Okay, good.
I'm just trying to do it by category.
Okay.
So this is a block party application. This is a new one. This is the first time they're hoping to do this at Phillips Drive. Let me preface by saying that all the votes came out 3-0. They were going to be discussing, and all the paperwork and insurance for all of these applications are in place. So they want to celebrate the completion of their project, and they had a small gathering. They want to formalize that now in the form of a block party.
Okay, motion was made and seconded on this one. Roll call.
Councillor Khan?
Yes.
Councillor Lane?
Yes.
Councillor McCauley?
Yes.
Councillor Preston?
Yes.
Councillor Shan?
Yes.
Councillor Wright?
Yes.
Councillor Zede?
Yes.
Councillor Donahue?
Yes.
Councillor Granis?
Yes.
Councillor Harmon?
Yes.
Councillor Cameron?
Yes.
Motion to collectively approve application 252 and 253.
Second.
So these are both road races. 252 is the 15th annual Greater Newburyport Ovarian Cancer road race. It's no changes, same as in previous years. 253 is the Heinz Flag Day event, and that's also something that's been in the community for a long time and has been very successful, no complaints.
Okay. Further discussion. Motions made to collectively approve 252 and 253. Hearing none, roll call.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Dennehy?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes.
The motion to collectively approve 255, 256, 257, 258, 259, and 260.
Second.
So just going through them quickly. 255 is the Lions bed race, part of Yankee Homecoming. Everyone's very familiar with that. There's no significant changes to that. The Yankee Homecoming road race will be the same as it's been in the previous 2 years. So that's 256. 257 is the Chamber Spring Festival. There was a scheduling issue with members from the Chamber being able to attend, so the Chief of Staff was there in their stead. And then he was also there for application 260, which is the city's collaboration with the Y on the Juneteenth celebration. And then 258 is the Newburyport Chocolate Tour. And 259 was the Revolutionary War Parade. The Chocolate Tour has been going on for quite some time. The Revolutionary War Parade is a new event. It's being sponsored by the Custom House, and it's to recognize the 250th anniversary of the Revolutionary War. So those were the items.
Thank you. Any further discussion? So collectively, so it's 255 through 260?
Correct.
Okay. Hearing no further discussion, roll call.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Dennehy?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes.
And then just to clean up, motion to receive and file communication 632, which was part of an application that we adjudicated in our last meeting.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion on communication 632, receive and file? Hearing none, roll call.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Dennehy?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes. Anything further to report? Excellent collectivization. Planning and development.
Motion to collectively approve appointments 548, Janet Daisley to the Conservation Commission, appointment 550, Daniel Warshaw to the reappointment to the Conservation Commission, and appointment 551, Stephen Delisle, reappointment to the ZBA.
Second.
So the committee did meet. Ms. Daisley, appointment 554, has only been in the city for 5 years. She worked for the conservation law firm for 8 years. We did ask her interest in the position. She was confident that she was able to listen and learn, and she'd already spoken with the chair, Texera, and Julia Gottfredson. There was no public comment made. We approved her position, recommended her approval 3-0. Mr. Warshaw has been on the Conservation Commission since 2006. Given that he is still willing to serve, we said, absolutely, sir, please take another one for the team. He thinks giving back to the community is important, stated the commission and the council worked well together and didn't have any recommendations for improvements. And last but not least was appointment Mr. Delisle back to the ZBA. He too has been on the ZBA for about 8 years, said that as far as working with the council, he was very complimentary of the STRU ordinance, so the applications that have been coming through the board went really smoothly, and they hoped the same thing was going to happen with the ADU zoning. So all 3 appointments were recommended to the city council 3-0.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Roll call collectively, appointment 548, 550, 551.
Counselor Khan?
Yes.
Counselor Lane?
Yes.
Counselor McCauley?
Yes.
Counselor Preston?
Yes.
Counselor Shan?
Yes.
Counselor Wright?
Yes.
Counselor Zede?
Yes.
Counselor Dennehy?
Yes.
Counselor Granis?
Yes.
Counselor Harmon?
Yes.
Counselor Cameron?
Yes.
So quickly, we did have our joint hearing with the planning board last week on signage and the FEMA maps. We did have the communication from the board on the FEMA maps. We are going to be meeting again next week. Do we have a budget hearing on Tuesday next week? all right, we might have to meet early because we can get the FEMA maps through next week. We are also going to re-meet with the planning board to continue the hearing on the signage next Wednesday night, not impacting a hearing, and that we will get out for the following meeting. So that should be it for P&D. Thank you.
Thank you. Public Works and Safety?
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to make a motion collectively to approve appointment 544, ordinance 698, and ordinance 192.
Second.
Thank you. Ordinance 192 is a receive and file. It was an older version of a brick sidewalk ordinance that came in, so we'd just like to receive and file that. That was 3-0 order. 698 was a gift acceptance for Cigna Health, and what that is a new upgraded pedestrian light in front of Merson. Going forward, the rapid flashing beacon will be traded into the city, and a new one will be placed. It'll be very similar. We can call it different names. It's very similar to the one in front of Kelly's over by the rail trail. It'll be red, et cetera, along the way. The new tenant, Cigna, is looking to have this done sooner rather than later. They asked for DPS's assistance. We went out and got design specs from Ty and Bond. The company has agreed to install it to those specs. They will maintain it under warranty for a year, and then at that time they will transfer it to care and maintenance of the city going forward. It seems a win-win going forward. We'll have to see how that works and plays out over time. We do think that there may be a bit of education in that area. People used to the rapid flashing beacon are now going to see a different type of light. But again, everyone hopes that this is the way that we can create a real safe environment there for folks crossing. And the last one was an appointment from Paul Hogg as reappointment as the harbor master and special police officer. While we had Paul there, we actually asked him for an update to some of the things that are going on at the harbor master, which we've done. Public restrooms are open, the docks are in, the reservation system's working. They have 500 waterway permits. They, unfortunately, on the day that we had them in, they were conducting a search and rescue for the missing child upstream. Fortunately, they didn't find him here. It's always an emotional toll on that. They've done some tremendous training that's gone on, training on oil spill boom, Corps of Engineers, in terms of some of the, they've deployed sensors for the river themselves as well as for CSOs. The fish hoist is getting some, fishing is good, the fish hoist is getting, which we invested in, is getting a lot of use. The marina managers are in for a roundtable. All the electricity is now being upgraded to code. Our Jeff Matherson is overseeing that and working with the marinas going forward with that. There were some questions in terms of the Coast Guard's move to Gloucester. Has that impacted our response times or our relationships? And the answer are there are gaps, but the Coast Guard's doing more training with that. Also, we have a new fireboat, and they've been doing some joint exercises. It's a similar boat style, it's a little longer, et cetera, has different equipment, but it should, the mechanics should all be the same and similar, so they're doing quite a bit of joint training along there. And they have a goal, which is what we've been talking about all along, is to be more visible on the river. Increased visibility increases boat safety going forward. So, and one of the last questions was, when they stored the docks, was there any damage in Market Landing Park? Was there any damage? And the answer was no. So the grass-growing fabric actually had worked out this year, so everything was good. We recommended Paul's reappointment 3-0 as well.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Khan?
Sorry, and I apologize for missing this, but on the pedestrian hybrid beacon, is it similar to what we already have in the city? And so for DPS, this was not, it's not like a new type of one to maintain once it transfers ownership of maintenance?
Yes, it's very similar to the one by Kelly's on the rail trail on the end of Parker Street. So it's the same type and style. It's also what they're proposing on Low Street across from the Knock going forward. So
Great.
we'll have some familiarity with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call on collectively those three. So approving the appointment, approving Order 698 about the Cigna Health traffic or pedestrian signal, and receiving and filing Ordinance 192.
Councillor Khan?
Yes.
Councillor Lane? Councillor McCauley?
Yes.
Councillor Preston?
Yes.
Councillor Shan?
Yes.
Councillor Wright?
Yes.
Councillor Zede?
Yes.
Councillor Donahue?
Yes.
Councillor Granis?
Yes.
Councillor Harmon?
Yes.
Councillor Cameron?
Yes.
And one last item, we also invited the health director to come as well to give us an update as to what's going on in the health department. She says she's smack dab in the middle of permit renewal season. Most of the permits are now done online. We have 2 part-time, full-time inspectors. They're part-time in that they don't work for the city, they work per diem, but they're full-time and they show up weekends and regular days going forward, so it's very helpful. They're minimizing complaints. There's no complaints from the restaurants that were too aggressive, and we're not finding as much. We're working with them along the way to get to the right spot that we need to. The public health nurse is on top of reporting methods. Believe it or not, they're still tracking pandemic issues and other type of contagious diseases going forward. Good news is we're safe. We're safer than we think we are. All good. There was some conversation about animal control and the dogs in the playgrounds and things like that. So there's been some more visibility to that. There hasn't been any fallout from the fluoride discussion and feedback, other than some residents may want to eventually put it on the ballot going forward. They didn't see any future health risks going forward, but in terms of the larger community, but they reminded us that they have their emergency trailer ready to go, fully stocked. It was stocked with ARPA fund, not ARPA funds, but COVID-based funds to be able to do that. So they have a lot of PPE, they have a lot of shots and masks and medicines and those types of things, and could be called upon in an emergency. So all things were good, and then they look forward to always coming before us to talk about budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McCauley. Go to the order. So I know I speak for all of us and the citizens of Newburyport. Thank you to the City Clerk Sullivan, Assistant City Clerk Mahan, and the rest of the staff and poll workers. Good luck tomorrow. You've done a great job so far. Be that as it may. And again, best birthday wishes to Councilor Harmon. We could mention how old he is, but I don't think public record. I didn't want to do it. Happy birthday. Thank you for spending several hours with us. Any further good of the order?
Second.
Roll call.
Councillor Khan?
Yes.
Councillor Lane? Yes. Councillor McCauley?
Yes.
Councillor Preston?
Yes.
Councillor Shan?
Yes.
Councillor Wright?
Yes.
Councillor Zede? Councillor Donahue?
Yes.
Councillor Granis? Yes. Councillor Harmon?
Yes.
Councillor Cameron?
Yes. Thank you. Good night.